All right. Call to order the governing board meeting at 5 o'clock p.m. Would you like to be leading the flag salute, Mr. Fritos?
So everybody stand for the flag salute, please. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Let it be noted that all members are present, governing board members are present. Audience notification of audio taping, streaming, and recording for open session. Moving on to approval of agenda. Do you have any motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Fritos.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll go on to governing board comments. We'll start today with Mr. Fritos.
Yeah, well, welcome everyone. Thank you, President Chong. Thanks for being here today. Just a few things for me that I just wanted to just kind of share with everybody. I'd like to thank everybody from CSEA and BPTA for the picnic and all of our staff at the district level that put it together. I got to say that was probably one of the best hour lunches I've had in a long time. So thank you to everybody who put it together, participated. I had a chance to interact with, the members. So it was overall a great experience for myself. And I can see that in the smiles and the conversations everybody was having during that time. To everybody that cooked those delicious patties, thank you very much. It was a hot day, so and being on the grill gets even hotter. So thank you for everybody that played a hand in preparing those meals. Also, Whitaker Park Summer Program, I think that's a great happening right now at Whitaker Park. Had a chance to speak with the city in regards to how that is going, and they're very thrilled and happy with it. Alongside nutrition services is providing meals for the students there, so that's a great addition to the programming itself. So thank you to Ms. Butler and all her team for providing the meals to the students that are participating in the summer program. Also, Read With Me summer program with Mrs. Mills is going to be starting, I believe, this week. It's always a great summer event to go to. Seeing the families there interacting with their youth and being read to and also participating in the readings. It's always a neat experience in itself. One other program that I do want to highlight is Elder Center's intergenerational summer program happening at the Senior Center. That's an opportunity for the youth to interact with the seniors, and they can do activities with them. And I think it'd be a great experience to hear from the seniors, but also the seniors interact amongst others in that with the youth. And that's something that can be very beneficial for either or. Other than that, I do highly suggest and recommend that everybody take a good summer break, a day here, a day there, just to recharge, to make sure that everybody's up to speed and you're recovering from a long school year. And thank you to everybody who is working through the summer. While some are off, some are still working. So thank you very much for putting in the work day in, day out. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick items. One, I'm looking very much forward to the Special Olympics presentation this evening. Near and dear to my family's heart, my sister has volunteered in the Special Olympics for at least the last 20 years. And thanks for all those who were there and on the board for all the year-end closeout activities, the graduations and everything else. I'm sorry I missed that. I'm even more sorry that I probably would have preferred to have been here had I known whatever we go through. My thanks to all those who attended those events and made them go off without a hitch. So those are always important to a lot of our families. And again, excuse me, thanks for the team who put together the LCAP. I know that's a huge amount of work and it's an important document. And I really appreciate the effort there to put that into place and to have it presented this evening. So thank you for that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Estrada?
Well, thank you for being here. Echoing the sentiments of Trustee Frutos. thank you so much for everyone that is going to be working through the summer, but also please make sure to take a little bit of time off. I know it's been a long school year and you guys put in the work every day. So please just take at least a little bit of a rest. But thank you so much again for just helping our students. It was really reflected during the graduations that our board was able to attend. Just the sheer happiness from our students and parents, especially just hearing how much when they were there at their graduations, just their thankfulness to their parents when the principals were able to tell them to please give an applause and a big thank you, because really it does take a village, and I know we're not small anymore, we're just mighty. But I hope everyone has a wonderful summer, and thank you again. That's all I have to report.
Ms. Shin?
Thank you. Well, on May 13th, I was able to participate in the Buena Park Learning Center self-evaluation. And I like how Mary showed how they had met the goal, but they were looking to exceed the goal. So I was happy to see that attitude of doing more, getting bigger. On May 14th, well, all of us were able to go to the Principal for year, Dr. Valdez, which was a nice evening. On the 16th through the 18th, I was in Sacramento with the Delegate Assembly, and we looked at up and down the state. It was just so interesting. California is such a huge state, and we have a lot of rural, delegates and urban, delegates, all different types. But we had so many of the same types of circumstances at our schools with our students and our families. And so it was like a common bond that we shared there. But we were able to narrow down and decide what things the California School Board would be working on this year, what to push, what focus on, and like absenteeism and things like that. We looked at. And then on the 19th of May, I went to Brecken's Kitchen tour, which was very interesting. I learned a lot of things about what they're doing and fresh cooking and using foods that would otherwise not be utilized. And on the 21st, I attended the Orange County School Board Association seminar, which reviewed the governor's May revise. And on the 22nd, I enjoyed the employee recognition with everyone, and all the work that went into that. It was beautiful. It was so much fun. On the 27th, I went to Pendleton's promotion, and they something I like about our schools. They do a clap out for all the kids, and so that was something that was fun to see how different schools did it differently. And like in Pendleton, the upper graders, the fifth graders, go up and down every row, and the students come out of their classroom and they clap as they go by, which is fun. The Whitaker clap out is a little different. The sixth graders all stand at the end of the columns, and the kids all come out and clap them out, which is, fun. Everybody has their own tradition, but it's the same type of idea, but just that idea is something fun. We weren't doing that at the district I was teaching in. So I said, oh, this is really fun, a send off for the kids. On the 23rd, I went to Emory's Battle of the Books, and the kids got to show what they knew. They had all read about a dozen books. And so then they would be presented with a question, and they had teams, and they had to decide which book it was from. And that was very enjoyable. On the 28th, most of us got to go to the middle school promotion. And so that was wonderful to see our students who are going to high school. And they were there at the high school. So that was kind of cool too. Welcomed by the new principal that they will have. And actually on Saturday, I joined the Buena Park City with a bus tour. We've got like almost 15 parks in Buena Park, and I hadn't even been to some of them, and I've been living here for 44 years. So it was very interesting. And then they were happy about, when we went to Whitaker Park and the joint venture that we had with our district and the city. And also we stopped by the Buena Park Middle School gymnasium, and they talked about the Beatty Gymnasium that's going to be coming up in the track, that we're going to do. And it was a very nice tour to see what's going on in the city and how our families are able to have more green space and opportunities to share with the community. And so that's my report. So thank you.
Thank you.
I did have one thing. Thanks for the swag, Whitaker. Appreciate that.
You're supposed to ring the bell.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, we just add a little PS. We use these cowbells at the promotion, but then we had to give them back. So I'm really excited that I actually get to one to keep for myself. Thank you.
Nishat, I think you should do like your own vlogging, and then it would be a good recap of the month at all sites. That's a great recap. I don't have much to add. Just I think we can say to everybody, we made it. It's over for 1 year. Then a great year. I think there was a lot to celebrate across the board for everybody. So again, like everyone shared here, thank you for everyone to making this a memorable year, a great year. A mighty year that we look forward to for next. And I know recharging is not so easy sometimes because we're always go, go, go. So I hope we can continue to find ways to do that and prepare for next year. Everyone share here everything. I want to congratulate the promoters that they promote, and then the new incoming preschoolers and TKers that we can accept with great pride and joy. We do have a wonderful district that I think is now has been known around here, and I think that's a wonderful thing that our families have been doing here to make it really great. So I'm also excited for our report today. We always hear so many wonderful things about our SPED department / the Special Olympics in general. Like this is going to be a great report or celebration. So looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to being able to celebrate Beatty and Buena Park Middle School one more time at the Schools to Watch next end of this month at DC. And again, the continuation celebration never ends. So that's wonderful. I hope we can keep this train going. And I just wish everyone a wonderful summer. Dr. Lee?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to ditto the governing board and keep my update brief, but I think I say that every month. I want to thank the crew that put together the mobile pantry. I know it's ongoing, so it's not just a one-time event. This time we did have a community partner join us up Buena Park Church. And they're located right down the street from us, but they had water shoes they wanted to donate to the community, from children's sizes to adult sizes as well. So thank you so much for coming out, and they distributed the shoes themselves. We also look forward to the next mobile pantry on July 17th, where we welcome our partnership with Bracken's Kitchen, and they will be also joining us as community partners. I do want to echo the gratitude for our summer staff that continue to keep the light burning. It is during the summer months, it's another feat to be able to tirelessly put together not only educational programs, ESY, and in addition to our ACEs, well, our SOAR summer program. But it's also our maintenance and operations crew that have huge summer projects. And they work behind the scenes to make sure our campuses are bright and ready to go as fall approaches. I know it's kind of far to think ahead that far. We want to enjoy our summer, but currently that's what's happening behind the scenes in our district. And so I want to be able to just take some time to give a big shout out, kudos to our summer crew. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into our programs and reports, the Special Olympics.
Yes, I'd like to invite up Director Julie Linecky to present for us our Special Olympics that we're so proud of here in Buena Park School District.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Chung, Board of Trustees, Dr. Lee, Cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present a truly wonderful highlight of the 2024-25 school year, the Special Olympics events held at 2 of our elementary schools and the broader movement of inclusion that they represent. Special Olympics is more than a sporting event. It's a global movement rooted in inclusion, empowerment, and joy. It promotes social interaction, sportsmanship, and lasting friendships for individuals with disabilities as well as their peers. It provides them with opportunities to build skills, to play together, and most importantly, to be celebrated for who they really are. This year, we are proud to share that both Pendleton and Whitaker Elementary Schools are official Unified Champion Schools. This recognition was earned. This recognition was earned by meeting three essential components, which are unified sports, inclusive youth leadership, and full school engagement. Becoming a unified champion school requires more than just filling out a form. It requires commitment from our staff, families, and students. And our schools have delivered. So let me start by sharing some of the highlights from Pendleton School. Pendleton built a strong planning committee that included parents, and every 4th and 5th grade general education student was involved as a buddy. Students practiced during their PE time, preparing for the activities. The event included an opening ceremony, multiple athletic events, district volunteers, music, cheering, and most importantly, joy. The day ended with an award ceremony that left everyone smiling. It was great to see our district staff out of the district office staff. So now I'd like to invite up Dr. Hernandez, who will share some of the highlights from Whitaker School.
So I'm going to try to recreate the day of Whitaker. At Whitaker's 7th annual Special Olympics, our special education and general education students came together, not just teammates, but as champions of inclusion, positive interactions, courage, and unity. Side by side, they took on sports drills in hockey, soccer, basketball, football, and volleyball, cheering each other on, lifting each other up, and showing what true teamwork and heart look like. The students not participating in the event were holding up signs, cheering on fellow classmates, and providing encouragement. And yeah, there was a lot of cheering and a lot of yes, you guessed it. What is it? Can we hear it? Yeah. Wearing bold, white, blue, we are Whitaker shirts. Our students and staff stood proudly for what we believe in. Every student matters. Every voice belongs, and together we are stronger. A huge thank you to Anaheim Ducks for joining the fun and inspiring our students on the hockey field. Having representatives from a professional team made our students feel extra special. That was amazing for them to be out there. And I'm working on the Las Vegas Raiders. Not true. This day wasn't just about sports. It really wasn't. It was about showing our community what's possible when we come together with purpose, pride, and passion. Because at Whitaker, we just don't play as a team. We are a family. And we rise as one. Because we are Whitaker.
But the Special Olympics isn't just about our students, it also affects our staff. It empowers our entire school community. It brings our staff together in a truly meaningful way, uniting us as a team with a shared mission, fostering inclusion, empathy, and joy. Through collaboration, support, and celebration, our staff members grow closer, stronger, and more inspired. Here are powerful testimonials from our team members across both sites. One staff member said, "Young athletes is a great opportunity for students to interact with peers with unique needs where all students are having fun. Being a part of the Special Olympics was a beautiful reminder of the power of inclusion. As a teacher, it was incredible to watch students cheer, support, and celebrate each athlete. Another staff member said, in addition to building a more inclusive environment, general education students working with students with disabilities foster new friendships, improve self-esteem, and build confidence in leadership abilities. But now I have the great honor to invite an amazing mom that we have from Whitaker, Jennifer Choi. She's a great mother of a third grade student, very involved. Come on up. And she's going to tell us her experience from our wonderful day, with our Special Olympics.
Well, thank you for having me. So Special Olympics, my son does not have interest in sports. He also has fear of the unknown. So he doesn't like to do anything that he's never tried before. However, with Special Olympics event, he participates in all sports activities. Special Olympics gives him the opportunity to enjoy different sports and help gain his confidence. With this program, each special education child is partnered up with general ed student. This allows the entire class to have social interaction with general ed peers. My son's partner redirected and guided him when needed during the event. With encouragement from the entire group, kids were more flexible and less rigid. After witnessing the Special Olympics program, it made me feel, as a parent, comfortable that my son is having fun in a safe environment, interacting well with peers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Choi and Dr. Hernandez. Go back. To continue with the testimonials from families, I wanted to share also some stories from not just Whitaker, but also Pendleton. While sitting or walking around during the event, I noticed one of the young onlookers who was cheering on from the sidelines was crying. And so I walked over and I asked her, what happened? Are you okay? I think several people did because she cried almost the whole time. But what we found out was she was in tears because she was so proud of her brother. And it was just very heartwarming to see the joy in her and how proud she was of her older brother participating in the event. And we saw that across the board at Whitaker and at Pendleton as well. The staff also, we had so many quotes from staff, we couldn't put them all on the slide. So we just wanted to share how much they're feeling connected to this program as well. And then the parents as well. So I also wanted to invite up a parent from Pendleton School. This is Alexandria Morales, who is the aunt of one of our young athletes at Pendleton.
I will try not to get emotional. Over the last 3 years, my child has been participating in the Special Olympics at the school, as well as the other students. She has been able to show her abilities to her peers, parents, staff, and teachers. This program is allowing gen ed students to also understand the true definition of inclusion. And as a parent, that makes me very proud that my child is a part of this program. Last year, during a skill showcase session, one of my child's buddies was so proud to be with her. And she just looked at me and she said, you know, you're very lucky to have Serenity. And sorry, that pretty much brought tears to my eyes at that moment. But you don't want to scare the kids. So you just say, thank you. And, you know, I did look at her and I said, I am extremely lucky. I really am. Not only because my child is being included in these activities with her gen ed peers, but because those peers are now her friend. And she knows that. So, thank you.
Thank Thank you. That was wonderful. And I echo everything you're saying because I see the benefit as well and what it brings out in all of the students. Just a couple athlete spotlights here. We found that some special friendships, as Alexandria mentioned, were formed. We even have one family who now they schedule play dates outside of school. We saw also that many of our students with special needs are more willing to work with their buddies, sometimes more so than with the adults, which makes sense to all of us, I'm sure. So we appreciate all of that as well. And I also wanted to mention many of our supporters. This program doesn't just run itself. And we had several people and several organizations that were in support of this program, starting with the Unified Champions staff, as well as our North Orange County SELPA staff, especially Jenny Reed, who is our adaptive PE teacher, along with the Anaheim Ducks volunteers that were mentioned. I also mentioned the district office staff. It's so amazing to see them come from people who work in an office all day and how excited they are to come to see this program and actually participate because they run some of the stations and they just have a great time. And every year we ask them and they always say yes. So we appreciate them as well. We also had various donors and organizations around the community that helped with things as well and gave donations, but also even our own education foundation provided the shirts at Whitaker. Finally, I want to give a special thanks to even just the school committees. There's teachers on those committees, there's parents on those committees, and they all come together for this. But also, especially at Pendleton, we have Sarah Tarn, who is the school psychologist there, that she works tirelessly to bring this program to the school. And also Coach Bell and Coach Chrisley at each of the schools too, that work with the students on a weekly basis to prepare for this. Some of our next steps, we look ahead, we're excited to continue growing this work. Our next steps include continuing to grow the parent committee, expanding student participation, and continuing to seek out volunteers and sponsors. We want every student, regardless of their ability, to feel seen, valued, and included. I think it was about 6 years ago that I was sitting in an IEP meeting at Emory School with Jenny Reed, the adaptive PE teacher. And that's when this idea of bringing Unified Champions to our district first took shape. Although for various reasons, it took a while to gain momentum. As you remember what happened about 5 years ago, we are so proud to see it fully up and running. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments?
I just have a comment. I just want to thank all the parents, everybody that's involved as part of the committee to bring such event to life because it's so powerful. I've had the opportunity to see it, be there firsthand, but I've seen the experience that my daughters have had in participating as being a buddy. It changes them. It helps them see, people for who they are, and it's amazing to see that progression because this year I happened to miss it, and I told my daughter I couldn't make it. I had to work, but she was so bummed out that I couldn't be there to see what she was doing with that buddy, that it hurt her that a family member wasn't there. But on the other hand, when you see family and friends supporting the students and the movement that it's creating, it's much more powerful than just hearing about it, because being there and living it, it's a whole different perspective. So I think everybody that had a hand has a hand in that and continues to have a hand in it, in improving it, because it's just not impactful for the youth. It's also impactful for the adults to see how that is working and how we can make it better. But to bridge the gap between division and making it more inclusive for all is the most important part about it. So I thank everybody. When I had a chance to see it, it chokes me up too, and I had to step away. because it's that powerful for me, because I also have a special needs daughter, to some degree. So it hits home for me in a lot of different ways, but even if that wasn't the case, it'd be an event that I would appreciate more than a few other things that I would do on a personal end, to be there. So thank you for that.
Are there any plans to expand this program?
Well, actually, I was talking to Principal Beckelheimer the other day, and he really would like it to grow up into his school as well. So we'll be definitely looking into that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, so. And again, thank you to the parents for sharing your story. And when Ms. Lineky has that kind of emotion, you know it's a true story. It's always true. Very, those tears are genuine. And yeah, just want to add too, like the words you always hear is, smiles, joy, happiness, safe. I think our district does a really good job of that. We bring that kind of, it's not, data, scores, test scores. There's a place, of course, for everything, budgets. Just gonna throw it out there. But that inclusion, that feeling of family, that feeling of safety, the feeling of love, and especially in this climate of our world and politics and society, it's just really positive that we could be a place that can show that kind of positivity still in midst of all the news and all the feelings. So thank you for all our principals and our staff that really bring this to the school. And again, it doesn't start without that kind of family feel and planning and love they put into it. And then the families feel it, and then everyone feels it. So thank you, everybody, again. We're going to move on to hearing session. The audience members may request to address the board on an item or on or off the agenda. Speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda should fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. Do we have any? Oh, yeah, no, we don't. Moving on to hearing session of the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP. Pursuant to Ed Code Section 52062B1, the governing board is required to hold a public hearing session for the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, that shall be held at the same meeting as the budget public hearing. Education Code 52062B2 specifies that the LCAP public hearing be held at a separate earlier board meeting prior to the board adoption of the LCAP. The LCAP public hearing and LCAP adoption cannot be held on the same day. Copy of the draft of the 2025-2026 Buena Park School District Local Control Accountability Plan is attached and also viewable or available for viewing on the district website.
I'd like to invite Sari Huang, Chief Academic Officer, for an annual update on the LCAP.
Good evening, Board President Chung, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Cabinet, and staff members, and those of you that are joining us online. This evening, we're presenting the annual update for the 2024-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan, which marks the first year of implementation under our 2024-2027 three-year LCAP cycle. As required by the State Board of Education, all local educational agencies must develop, adopt, and annually update their LCAP using the state-adopted template. This plan outlines our goals, actions, and services and expenditures to support positive student outcomes aligned with both state and local priorities. Developing a comprehensive plan that reflects the needs of all students in our learning community is both meaningful and collaborative work. And we would like to express our appreciation to all who contributed to this process, especially our partners in fiscal department. A special thank you to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Sandy Poteet, as well as our fiscal director, Ms. Neelam Kakar. And also please note that since the agenda was posted on Friday, a few updates have been made to the presentation and the language and information, and what you have in front of you is the most updated presentation. The LCAP Steering Committee plays a crucial role in ensuring that the district's resources are used strategically to support the success of all students. The development of our plan was a collaborative effort and reflects input from many members of our learning community who participated in our district's LCAP Steering Committee, which met 5 times during the school year. We'd like to acknowledge a commitment and time dedicated by our steering committee members, which included our parents, our BPTA CSCA representatives, teachers, site administrators, our community members, and district leadership staff. So together we reviewed and analyzed data to provide a clear picture of where we stand as a district, celebrating our successes while also identifying areas for growth. And the committee's input helped refine our roadmap for this 3-year cycle. The LCAP process follows a structured cycle that helps us align our district priorities with what our students need most, making sure we use our resources in ways that truly support their success. It all starts with listening. We gather input from our educational partners, including parents, students, staff, and community members, to help shape our goals and priorities. From there, we take a close look at multiple sources of data, such as student achievement, surveys, focus group feedback, to better understand where we're doing well and where additional support is needed. And with that input and insight, we set clear and measurable goals that reflect both state priorities and the unique needs of our students. Then we identify specific actions and services that will help us reach these goals with specific focus on our unduplicated student groups. At the same time, we align our budget to make sure our funding supports these priorities. And once the plan is drafted, it's brought to the board for review, as we're doing this evening, with final approval set for June 23rd board meeting. And afterwards, we move into putting the plan into action and closely monitoring how things are going throughout the school year to ensure we stay on track. I'd like to take a moment to highlight key components of the LCAP template. This template includes several required sections that ensures that our plan addresses all applicable state and local priorities for all students, with particular focus on unduplicated, underperforming student groups. So the required sections, as you can see here, includes the summary, engagement of educational partners, goals and actions, increased or improved services for unduplicated student population, and action tables. So for goal 1, our first goal is to build critical competencies in English language arts, mathematics, and language proficiency through evidence-based instruction that fosters cognitive engagement and reduces achievement gaps among student subgroups. Looking at the data for goal 1 from the California dashboard, we can see spring 2024 CAS data that shows that students in grades 3 through 8 for English language arts are in the orange performance level. In math, students are in yellow performance level. And on the right, 46.8 students of our English learner students are making progress towards English language proficiency. Although the percentage of the EL making process in LCAP declined a bit here, this was primarily due to a large number of high-performing English learners meeting reclassification criteria. As these students were reclassified, their higher scores, the higher scoring students were removed from the cohort, resulting in the lower average among our LPAC data. This slide reflects CAS data by subgroups and English learner progress for spring 2024. On the left and middle graphs, we see how students in grades 3 through 8 performed in the ELA and math assessments in spring 2024, and also reflects the distance from standard and also itemizing by our subgroups of what their performance were. Turning to the graph on the right, you see spring 2024 English Learner Progress Indicator, or ELPI. The ELPI measures the progress of English learners year to year. The stacked bar graph illustrates how our English learners are progressing, showing the percentage of English learners who progressed, maintained, or decreased their LP level. And on the dashboard, 46.8% of students are making progress or maintaining progress. So that's the purple and the blue, the 3.3 added together. For iReady Diagnostic 2, data provides insight into student performance in both reading and math across the district, with particular attention to our key student groups. Overall, 43% of students are performing at or above early grade level standards in reading, with some groups showing improvement and some needing improvement. In math, 33% of students are performing at or above grade level standards. Some key takeaways is while overall trends show slight declines in performance, we're encouraged by gains amongst our most vulnerable groups, including students with disabilities, homeless students, and foster youth. These bright spots suggest that targeted supports and interventions are making positive difference, and continued attention is needed to reverse overall gaps that we see for English learners and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students through our tiered interventions. Actions from the 2024-2025 LCAP plan supported continued progress in academic achievement. CAST math scores improved and ELA performance was maintained. Our learning recovery efforts and MTS's Tier 1, 2, and 3 supports were implemented. Professional development focused on foundational literacy, CGI math, and PLCs, while our curriculum enhancements in middle school math and ELD advanced instructional quality. The reclassification of high-performing English learners reflects positive growth. Challenges do still remain in sustaining LPAC progress following cohort shifts and expanding culturally responsive practices, and continued focus on targeted interventions and consistent implementation. Moving forward, our Goal 1 priorities remain centered on strengthening instructional foundation through these particular goals that you see, or action items that you see listed here. Now to Goal 2. Goal 2 is in support of achieving Goal 1, having highly qualified staff to deliver standards-based instruction and support district systems aimed at increasing cognitive engagement for all students, especially those with unique needs, with clean, well-maintained school facilities that foster a positive learning environment. The data we studied to address the goals are in facilities, staffing, and materials per the 2024 California dashboard data, which is referring to the 2023-24 data. 100% of the facilities are in good repair status. 86.6% of our 193 teachers are fully credentialed. Per our 2024 dashboard data, this is something that we have explored during winter and discovered due to having some vacancies that we did have long-term subs, hence the 86.6% of staff being fully credentialed and appropriately assigned. And this is something that from our HR department, as well from Ed Services, that we would be monitoring closely for future. 100% of students have access to standards-aligned instructional materials based on the Williams report. And we look here at the LCAP survey for professional development effectiveness in both English language arts and English language development, math and technology integration. 87% of our staff state that the professional learning opportunities to implement the state standards in ELA and ELD have been useful in their practice. 86% of staff state that the professional learning opportunities to implement the state standards in math have been useful in their practice. And 79% of staff state that the professional learning opportunities to integrate technology into standards-based lessons have been useful for them in their practice. So we see some improvements in survey data for our ELA, ELD professional development along with their technology. There was a slight decline with our math PD. So in 2024-25, targeted LCAP actions supported safe learning environments and equitable access to resources. All facilities were rated good repair and every student had access to standards-aligned instructional materials and staff satisfied with professional development roles overall. We do have still work to do in sustaining math instructional support post-CGI training and continue efforts to ensure all staff are fully credentialed and appropriately assigned. And as you can see here, these are some focused action items that are listed here to meet Goal 2. Now to Goal 3 is our action to continue to build capacity and expand opportunities to support both core instruction and college career readiness through pathway programs. Looking at the data here, overall, Bonaparte School District has a high California physical fitness participation rate in 2024. 98.8% of fifth graders and 99.5% of our seventh graders participated in this year's physical fitness test. Turning towards CAST, we see that 28% of our students in grades 5 and 8 meet or exceeded standards for science, a slight improvement from the prior year. And looking deeper into our subgroups, we see the need to also focus specifically at our subgroups with CAST. Just going back to the physical fitness test, we did see improvement of our students participating in our physical fitness test from 87% for last year for fifth graders to 98.8% this year. Overall, Bonaparte School District have strong program offerings through our CTE, additional programs, and after-school offerings. Our LCAT middle school student survey results indicate that 91% of our students state that they have access to programs and services such as after-school sports. 91% state that that their school offers elective classes to help explore career interests. And also we see 94% of students state that their school provides opportunities to take honors and in advanced courses. If I could mention for our 3rd through 8th grades survey participants, we had a total of 1,634 students participating. LCAP parent survey results state that 77% of parents believe they provided adequate information about passion programs that helps them understand what their child is learning in school. This is a 6% increase over the prior year. The VAPA parent survey indicates that 90% of parents feel their child's school provides opportunities for involvement in visual and performing arts, a 5% increase. And on the right, you can see that 54 students enrolled in the Scholar Advanced program for 2024 was an increase of 30 students. During the 24-25 school year, the district made strong progress under Goal 3, expanding student outcomes through impactful instruction in core subjects and enriching college and career pathway programs. Students demonstrated high levels of participation in the physical fitness test, and overall CAST performance showed improvement. Parent engagement also increased, as well as awareness regarding our passion programs and VAPA offerings. And as we celebrate these successes, we remain committed to continuous improvement. While CAST group data highlighted areas where targeted instructional supports can further accelerate progress. It also provides valuable direction for us for future efforts. Additionally, we see an opportunity to enhance student perceptions of access to advanced and elective courses, ensuring that all learners can fully engage in the rich academic and enrichment experiences available for our students. So looking ahead for Goal 3 actions, we do want to deepen focus in the following areas listed here. As you can see for the action items, we'll continue the work with STEM instruction. We also have your outdoor science camp to continue with their students, as well as our alternative learning programs. So for the final goal of the LCAP is to promote emotional engagement and connectedness among students, families, and staff by fostering safe and culturally responsive learning environments. With LCAP Goal 4, we are looking at multiple data points. What we see here is attendance. Attendance is a critical data point with, and this is attendance as of March 2025. We have attendance of 94.2% rate, an improvement of 0.61%. And also we see improvement along our subgroups as well in terms of their attendance rate. Based on the 2024 California dashboard, 18.8% of Buena Park School District students were chronically absent, an improvement of almost 6%, and 2% of students were suspended at least one day, and an improvement of 0.8%. Not shown here are expulsions and middle school dropout rates, and the expulsion rates for based on the dashboard were 0% and 0 for dropout rate. A safe and positive environment is fundamental for learning, and social emotional health is key for student success. Our spring 2024 SEL survey highlights two critical areas from our LCAP: emotional regulation and supportive relationships. Regarding emotional regulation, 45% of 3rd through 5th grade students and 44% of 6th through 8th grade students reported feeling they have the ability to regulate their emotions. This highlights an ongoing opportunity to enhance supports for students' social emotional growth and well-being. This percentage here reflects the proportion of students who reflected favorable answer choices across 5 questions related to their ability to regulate emotions. And some of these questions include: how often are you able to control your emotions when you need to? When you get upset, how often can you get yourself to relax? How often are you able to pull yourself out of a bad mood? When you get upset, how often do you stop to think before you act? And when things go wrong for you, how calm are you able to stay? So those are some questions that our students are asked regarding how they're doing with their emotional regulation. When it comes to supportive students with friends, supportive relationships with friends, family, and school, adults, 3rd to 5th graders held steady, maintaining the same percentage as last year of 88%, and 6th to 8th graders at 85%, an improvement by 3%. And some of the questions that we ask our students to see how they're doing with supportive relationships, or do you have a family member or other adults outside of school who can count on you to help you no matter what? Do you have a teacher or other adult from school who can count on you to help you no matter what? And do you have a friend from school who can count on to help you no matter what the situation? Looking to the set of numbers on the right, based on the LCAP student survey, students say 92% of teachers and adults make them feel welcome at school. That's an improvement that we saw from last year. 82% of teachers encourage students to share stories and experiences from their family or culture. And 96% of students say that teachers believe the students can do well in school. Continuing with survey results, when it comes to counseling services, 93% of our parents state counseling is available to students, which is an increase. In our parent survey, 87% believe they have a say in decision-making at school, while 79% believe they do at the district level. Looking at community building, 97% of parents say that there is someone at the school that can talk to you in their preferred language. 97% state they receive documents in preferred language, and 89% feel the school built strong partnerships with families. And all of these survey questions, we did see an increase in terms of family and parent satisfaction. Just to note, the total number of parent survey participation was 212 responses. That is an area that we do want to work to improve to receive more responses from our families. Turning towards school climate, 87% of staff say that they have adequate safety measures that's in place to keep students healthy. Parents also, 92% of parents say there are safety measures in place to keep staff and students healthy. 84% of behavior concerns are dealt with fairly at school. 93% state their child or children are welcomed at school, with 92% of parents feeling the same. And turning towards the students, 90% say adequate safety measures are in place to keep staff and students healthy. So this year, actions from the 24-25 LCUP plan were implemented to foster a positive school climate and strengthen student, family, and community engagement. Some of the successes that we have seen here, we've seen an overall improvement in attendance and reduction in chronic absenteeism, along with a notable decrease in suspension and expulsion rates, which we like to celebrate. Students reported positive perceptions of school climate, as well as parent engagement grew as families accessed more counseling services. Some of the challenges that we see, we still want to see continued targeted support for absenteeism for specific student groups, as well as further strengthening perceptions of our school safety. And as we see here on the action items to focus on for goal 4, we do appreciate the support of our CX, our student engagement and outreach clerks, which has been a huge successful support for our school sites and our families. Expand our continuum of support staff and mental health, provide additional parent workshops, and continue the work with our behavior team and middle school guidance specialists. These are some pictured images of the data resources that we have utilized to look at data points and to create and to update our LCAP plan. This is in collaboration with the California Department of Education and the Orange County Department of Education as well too. So with that, I know that it's probably not as exciting as a Special Olympics presentation, but if I'd love to take any questions that you may have regarding the LCAP.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get this question in earlier, but on the safety point, the staff say 87 say adequate safety measurements are in place. Do we ask follow-up questions as to why they think, that way, whether, it's positive or negative? Do we have follow-up questions to kind of see what we can do to improve?
Yeah, so for the survey, not necessarily are they survey follow-up questions, but we do have our a focus group times with our staff members as well as our students and our parents to further explore what the needs are and the concerns are at the school site.
Excellent, thank you.
Anybody else? I think that was awesome. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any hearing? None. I think we'll be voting on passing it next board meeting. Thank you for everybody again for your work and putting that together. Which leads us to our next hearing session of the 2025-2026 Buena Park School District budget proposed pursuant to Ed Code Section 42127. The governing board is required to advertise, hold a public session, approve, and adopt an annual budget for the upcoming fiscal year on or before July 1st. A copy of the draft 2025-2026 Buena Park School District budget proposed is attached and available for viewing on the district website. I think we have Ms. Petit here to share.
Good evening, President Chong, board members, Dr. Lee, audience members, and those listening online with us this evening. I'm Sandra Poteet, and I'm your Chief Financial Officer, and I'd like to present our proposed budget for July 1, 25-26 school year. We have a little bit of an update from the governor's May revision for the state budget. We're dealing with a lot of economic uncertainty at the state level. It's being impacted by both federal and state activities. Tariffs, stock market fluctuations are impacting the state economy from a global perspective. And then the state revenue is also uncertain due to their own decisions to delay tax returns for those, tax collections for those that were impacted by the fire. So all of those types of economic uncertainties impact what the governor is proposing in his May revision. The education budget is somewhat insulated from that process due to the formula of how our funding is generated. So there is some insulation, but uncertainty. And unfortunately, the state is using one-time funding to balance the budget. And so there are some one-time funds, and that does make it a bit tenuous when you look at the out years on how we will be continue to be funded. The other impacts from this budget are from the federal level. They would impact our 26-27 budget. We're anticipate that they'll maintain Title I and special education funding. There's a proposal to combine 18 grants into a simplified funding program. However, the total allocated for that is less than what those 18 programs currently are funded on as a whole, but we don't have any details at this time. The one thing that we have heard clearly is that Title III has been eliminated. So that would be for us approximately 152,000. This is all for 26-27, not our current year budget. So our cycle, federal adopts this year, it would impact our budget in the following year. We look at our budget calendar for this coming year. We are looking to adopt the budget in June. We would bring back a 45-day revision in August if needed based on the state adopted budget. In September, we'll bring the unaudited actuals from the year that we're in currently. In December, we'll bring the first interim report, and in March, the second interim. So the only time that we have a finalized set of numbers is when we bring the unaudited actuals. All other times, these are projections of what data we know and where we anticipate being for the year. I need to say thank you to my director, Neelam Kakar. I cannot do this budget without her. She is a key part of this along with our other partners in the district. We look at budget development. The budget, we have three main areas. Our enrollment projections drive both our revenue projections and our expenditure projections, and those three together are the main drivers of developing our budget. We look at our projected enrollment for next year. We are projecting a decline of 79 students for 25-26. So on this graph, the 3 years with lines in them are those years that are projected. We do continue to project to decline for the next 3 years. When we look at our revenue projections, we are base funding, our bottom layer, our main funding is our local control funding formula, or LCFF. Then we layer on top of that the other state resources of funding that come from the state. And those two layers get a COLA typically. And then the top layer is our federal funding, which is then above and beyond that. So those are the three funding sources that we have for revenue in the district. As I mentioned, there's a cost of living adjustment. The numbers for the 25-26 school year have been finalized now. It is 2.3% a cost of living adjustment. We had in January, the estimate was at 2.43%. So this decline in COLA is a funding loss of $34,000 for us for the current year. When we look at the two out years, there's some significant swings in the COLA. From January to May, the 26-27 COLA is a loss of funding of $297,000. And in 27-28, it's another loss of $407,000 just on the swing in the COLA. And the COLA is not known until late April of each year. Our programs that receive a COLA are the LCFF, or local control funding formula, the special ed programs, child nutrition funding, and the mandate block grant all receive a COLA. We have programs that do not receive a COLA. This year, the California State Preschool Program is not receiving a COLA from the state. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP, and the After School Education and Safety Program, ACES, and those two combined are our SOARS programs. They are not receiving a COLA, and they typically don't. When we look at the COLA, initially it represents an increase in funding. You're increasing the amount of funds that you will receive. However, the other impact to our local control funding formula is the number of students, and our number of students are declining. So our base funding, even though our rate per student has gone up, our overall funding is going down. So even though there's a positive COLA from the state, for us, it's a negative 0.86% COLA. We're losing 322,000 simply from declining enrollment year over year. So even though we're getting additional funding, in reality, we actually have less funding because we have less students that we're receiving funding for. So we take all of that data and we put it together for our proposed revenue. Our LCFF, as I said, is our largest. That's 67% of the budget. Our federal revenues represent 3% of the budget. Our state revenue is 18%, and our other local revenues are 12% of the budget. On the expenditure side, we have unrestricted expenditure total of 50.5 million. Restricted expenditures total just over 36 million for a grand total of expenditures of 86.6 million. When we look at that graphically on the unrestricted side, our personnel costs are 79% of our budget. Our supplies, services, and capital outlay are 20% of the budget, and our other outgo is a negative 1% on the unrestricted side. When we look at the restricted side of the budget, our personnel costs are 61%. Our supplies, services, and capital outlay are 33%, and our other outgo is 6%. We have required contributions that are made to both special ed and restricted maintenance. The special ed maintenance of effort, which provides the funding that's necessary to meet the IEP and requirements of our students with special needs, is projected to be at 9.7 million for next year. And our restricted maintenance is a mandatory contribution based on our total district-wide expenditures, and that's 2.5 million. And that is required because we participate in the state funding for facilities, which for this year, that's the funding that we're using to build the Gilbert Early Learning Center. So if you participate in those programs, you are required to set aside restricted maintenance funds. The ending balance of our budget, after looking at all the revenues and expenditures, our total fund balance is 31.4 million total fund. That's ending balance is 55,000 in revolving cash, 25,000 for stores or warehouse value. Our restricted ending balance is just over 17 million. Our committed ending balance is 10.6 million. Our assignments are 1.1 million, and our reserve for economic uncertainties is 2.5 million. We are required to disclose how much of our ending fund balance in the assigned and unassigned amounts is greater than 3%. This is a requirement of Proposition 2. If you recall, that was passed by the voters, and we are part of that requires us to disclose how much of the balance we have beyond 3%. We have 852,000 beyond 3%, and our reasons are to allow for program volatility, declining enrollment, higher STRS and PERS contributions, and any other significant one-time things such as disasters, lawsuits, or material audit findings. Go to the next slide. Our budget and multi-year planning factors. So 25-26, we've talked about the COLA. We're funded on because we are declining in enrollment, we're funded on a 3-year prior average. We've included the COLAs for the next 2 years that are estimated, where as we are continuing to decline, we'll continue to have a 3-year prior average. So these are the factors we use in developing the 3-year multi-year plan. The results of applying those factors to our current budget are listed here in the first set of columns is 25-26 budget, which we've already discussed. In the 26-27 budget, the total revenue is just over 80 million. Our total expenditures are 84.7 million, and that leaves us with an ending balance of 26.8 million. In 27-28, our total revenue is 80.2 million. Our total expenditures are estimated at 85.6 million, and leaves us with an ending balance of 21.4 million. When we take a deeper look in that multi-year ending fund balance, in the current year, we have a 16.68% reserve for both for both the assigned, unassigned, the full reserve. In 26-27, the reserve is estimated to be 12.72%. And in 27-28, our reserve will be at 7.57%. All of that data was related to the general fund. In addition to that, we have several other funds. We have Fund 12, our Child Development Fund. That's where our state preschool program is housed and accounted for. We anticipate at the end of June 2026, their ending balance will be approximately 1.2 million. Fund 13 is our cafeteria fund. That's where all of our child nutrition programs are housed. We anticipate that to have an ending balance of 4.8 million. We have a small balance in our Fund 14 deferred maintenance of $68. Our Fund 21 building bond fund, we estimate will have 17.4 million at the end of the next year. Our capital facilities Fund 25 will have an ending balance of 989,000. Our Fund 35 County School Facilities Fund, we anticipate being at zero. That's the funding we received for Gilbert. So by June of 26, we anticipate all expenditures to be paid from that account. So there would be nothing left. And Fund 40 is our special reserve for capital outlay. And we estimate having 7.7 million in that as of June of 2026. So the next steps today is the presentation of the proposed budget and hearing. We will then present the budget for adoption at the June 23rd meeting prior to the July 1st deadline. Are there any questions?
Question? No? Again, thank you for your team and all the efforts to give us those numbers. I feel like your presentation gets even cleaner every time, like more pictures. It makes it easier for us. So thank you for that. Thank you both, the LCAP team and the budget team working together. And I think it looks great. Do we have any public hearing for that? Nope. And I believe we've also voted on that for our next board meeting. Yes. All right. Thank you again for everyone for doing your work that you've done for us. Appreciate that. Move on to the approval of minutes. Approval of the May 12th, 2025 regular meetings. Does anybody have, would anyone like to motion? Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Thank you, Ms. Estrada, for a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the action discussion calendar. First item is for the Bonaparte Middle School and Beatty Middle Schools 2025-2026 overnighter at the Pauli Institute. Any discussion?
I just strongly really like that program and happy to see it continue.
I think we all share that sentiment. I like to motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I just looked, they said you could do that. So I just tried it. I can motion too. Totally. Moving on to the approval of the Amplify M-Class Dibbles 8th edition as a screener for risk of reading. Anybody have any discussion for that? Everyone good?
No
Question?
motion.
Oh, Mr. Frutos like to motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Approval of the district's amended conflict of interest code and order to notify the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. I believe that was attached, have added a few people for the conflict of interest codes. Anybody have discussion? If not, do I have a motion? Thank you, Ms. Estrada. Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Shedd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. And the first reading for the new job description of the early education program supervisor and addition of the job classification to the classified management salary schedule. Does anybody have any comments or discussions for that item? I don't think I have to prove anything, right? Just discuss. We are good. Everyone's good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and ask that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. Mr. Frutos?
Nothing to remove from me.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes, I'd like to pull personal action report to item A.
Thank you.
That is possible error.
Thank you. Ms. Estrada?
Sure.
Ms.
I
Shedd?
don't have anything to remove.
Okay, I have nothing to remove either, so I believe we can vote on all the items first. Do I have a motion to approve items B through O?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Second. Thank you, Mrs. Estrada. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. And then we'll take a look at A. Dr. Lee? Is there?
Item H? Is that
Yes.
what you, yes,
Oh.
there was date error typo that we have completed a revised version for your purview in your folder. And it has been correctly noted and posted.
Thank you.
Okay, with that revision, everyone has it in front of them. I think then I think we can vote to pass that. Anybody like to motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Estrada. I'll second. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Then we are good there. Information and correspondence for major topics of the 2020-25 correspondence. Anything to share on that one?
No, nothing to share.
Nothing to share. I believe next meeting we have is to vote for the LCAP, and then we're getting shared of pentathlon, ballet, folklorico, as well as the dashboard local performance indicator report. So look forward to that. Summer's gonna go really fast, guys. After that meeting, we got one more and then summer's over. That's how quickly it happens. We'll move on to closed session. Conference is Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District, Paul Dines, said it wrong. Chief Personnel Officer, and Salvador Hogin and Alam Kaur, Legal Counsel, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal and Release. Conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District for Labor Relations, BPTA, DSCA, Non-Represented Management Confidential Contract Employees, and the Public Employee Performance Evaluation of the Superintendent. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Going to closed session at 6:16. Come and get it. Yes, I love it. I am delirious. All right, do we have a motion to reconvene?
Motion.
Thank you, Mrs. Estrada.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting reconvene at 9:05. Reporting out of closed session, we have two to report. One is in closed session, the governing board approve a separation agreement between employee number 0800001012 and the district following a dispute between the employee and the district without any admission of wrongdoing by either party. The employee tendered their resignation effective May 29th, 2025. The board immediately accepts their resignation. The board authorizes the superintendent to carry out any notification to the employee of this action and any other reports that may be required. The determination was by a vote of 5-0 with members unanimous in favor. Second item is we did the superintendent evaluation, and we have given her an evaluation of exceeded expectation. We want to thank the superintendent for all the work she's done this year so far, an amazing job with the team and the district. And we are in very good hands in a very good direction. And so we all excitingly, exuberantly has shared as an exceeded expectation. So thank you, Dr. Julie Lee. There was no vote, but we are 5-0, no matter what that was, to say that this was, but we are unanimous in our evaluation. Other than that, nothing else to report. Article session after that, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Second, Mr. Jensen. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Adjourned at 9:07.